Hey, hey, everybody. So we're dealing with healing inflammation. This is somebody that impacts everybody. As we get older, we have the tendency to be dealing with inflammation more and more, but it's not just as we age. Even when we're young, we have injuries. Even when we get colds and flus, part of what's happening is areas of our body are getting very inflamed. So your ability to deal with inflammation really has to do with quality of life. It will also slow down the degeneration of the body. It will slow down the degeneration, but it will accelerate the regeneration of the body. And so that's what we're shooting for is we want to put the body into a deeper regenerative state. And so a few weeks ago, we did, what did we call it? Cultivating the regenerative state. We did a cultivating the regenerative state. And this would be, I don't want to call it part two, but just a different aspect of that. I didn't put dealing with inflammation in that class because it really is a subject all into itself. But I would still go back. It's a free class. I'd go back and look at that cultivating the regenerative state because there's other aspects, other components. And even next weekend, where we do a 1 day class with the angel of regeneration, um, even the angel work is tied to this idea of regeneration and not necessarily about inflammation itself, but there's a big, wide spectrum of things to address to increase your body's ability to regenerate. As we regenerate, we also deepen our connection to the soul. Because even when we have issues with the body, areas not being compromised, part of what's happening there is there's the lack of life force in these areas. And so doing practices like this, it increases our connection to the soul, bringing in more life force to these areas of our body. And this life force acts as fuel or gasoline for the body's processes. So we kind of bounce around between very clinical, kind of maybe some psychological things, but then things that might be more mystical or esoteric. And they're really just different pieces of the same issue, but we're just looking at it from different perspectives. You could say issues like this are very multifaceted. There's a lot of different aspects. Our intellect would just like to be able to do one thing and have all these things resolved, when really it's more about the state of the body, how we're interacting with the environment and how we're interacting with people and things like that, and how that impacts us. We don't think of inflammation as being something that has to do with interacting with other people, but think about it when you've been on your last nerve with somebody, like when you're just on your last nerve, right? You might even be getting a little upset. Part of what starts to happen is there's a cascading effect of inflammation that goes through the body. Even if you didn't get angry, you're frustrated, you're tired, you're exhausted. Inflammation starts to spread through the body. And so it could be a person, it could be a situation. Nobody's immune from it. We all have things that push us in this direction. So it's about quality of life. It's about quality of your brain and your brain function. Um, it helps to diminish any potential serious or chronic health issues in the future. Um, it increases mobility. I mean, there's all kinds of things that it does. And so I wrote some things out just so you can kind of go through and read if you want a little bit. You don't have to, but I wrote some things about just like the physiological aspects of inflammation. You can kind of breeze through that if you'd like. I'm not going to lecture on it a whole bunch. I'm just going to get down to how do we treat it. But, sometimes you like to know like what's happening. And so I wrote some of that out for you a little bit. It's not super extensive, but it still gives you an idea, right? So with that, let's drop down to segment 1 at the top of page 5. So here we're starting to deal with thymus regulation. And the thymus is this little gland that's in the heart, in the behind the breastbone. It's in the chest. And this really has to do with regulation of on a deeper level, regulation of how the immune system deals with the rest of the body. And when the thymus is not functioning properly, the immune system starts to turn on the body. It starts to generate more inflammation. It starts to actually see the body as an outside invader, or like parts of the body or sections of the body. So the thing with the thymus is, it's a component of the immune system. And the immune system, part of its function is to keep out outside invaders, viruses, bacterias, um, fungus, things like this. And so it's always looking for outside invaders. And whenever it has to deal with a cold or a flu or a bacteria or a virus, it kind of fights it off and then remembers that, right? But other outside invaders are also that jerk at work, or that person you got into an argument with, or that person who was really mean to you, or, did whatever. Sometimes it's even just situations, but the body sees these things as outside invaders. The immune system can get hyper reactive or overstimulated and then just never calm down. And so sometimes what we're dealing with is an unregulated part of the immune system, and we're trying to get it to behave normal when it's like freaked out going, there's so many outside invaders. If you work in an office where everybody's aggressive or hostile or something like that, your immune system is very compromised because of that. And so if you know this, then you can go through and treat it so that it becomes more regulated, right? So this is one of the issues. It's not going to be for everybody, but it's going to be for more people than you would think. So autoimmune type issues, but the precursors to autoimmune, or just an inflammatory response. Going back to where you're dealing with somebody difficult and that inflammatory response just starts happening. Part of it is your body sees that person being a jerk as an invader and starts to handle it like it would an injury, right? We don't think about it like this because we think about the words that they're saying, or the behavior that they've done, or how they're not listening. But from the point of view of your body doesn't see things like that. It just sees outside invader. And so it starts to have an inflammatory response that's very similar to if you twisted your ankle, or you got an infection, or you have arthritis in your knee, or whatever it might be. So this right off the bat is a way to calm the thymus down, to regulate the thymus, and to prevent excessive amounts of inflammation happening in the body. It's one of the steps. So Cypriol, I doubt any of you have that, but it's in the kit.
Not this kit. So this kit has Moroccan thyme, but other kits in the past.
Okay,
So.
there you go. I didn't realize I had even done that. Mimosa is another one that works really good here. You could do the mimosa tincture if you had it. That would do it as well. But the Moroccan thyme is the one that we put in the kit for purchase. And, a lot of times when we're talking about time for different conditions, it's usually the time that I suggest because it's very good about regulating the thymus. Now, if you need substitutes and you don't have one of these three, chamomiles would be helpful. Not as much as these things, but it would still be helpful. Melissa would be helpful. Um, they would be B choices. There's one more I'm kind of visiting though. Poplar would also be helpful. Again, a B choice. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So I think that's enough. So a lot of times when we're dealing with some health issue, and I suggest somebody to use Moroccan thyme, for example, a lot of times I just have them take it internal. And if you are dealing with autoimmune issues or precursors to autoimmune, you know, potentials, you might not have an autoimmune issue, but like blood tests reveal that you've got some, you're starting to have some of the indicators that something might be there, then I would do this. Even if you're dealing with inflammation, I would use Moroccan thyme, Cypriol, or Mimosa, one of them, just to keep the thymus more regulated. If you're in stressful situations, especially when people are being, verbally or their behavior is aggressive or violent, I would go to this without even trying to evaluate. Just assume your thymus is starting to become unregulated, you know. Think of your thymus like when you're getting picked on as your big brother who like puffs up his chest and wants to threaten whoever's screwing with you. It wants to. So it's even tied to how we have energetic cords between people. And then, the thymus plays a role in that. But we just want to calm and regulate the immune system. This is a big issue when people have been through a traumatic event. The thymus becomes very, very unregulated. Eventually, what happens is they start to have substantial immune related issues. Like when I was dealing with people who were in like the mass shootings and like the bombings and things, um, it's very common for them to have very severe immune related issues as a year or two goes by. They start getting sick 4 or 5 times a season. They don't have the ability to shake off a cold or a flu, something where everybody might be sick for a week, they're sick for 2 months, things like that. So you have one of your oils, and let's go ahead and have you start inhaling with your awareness on the front heart, the center of your chest. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the front heart. Keep taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Okay, and then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Notice your body, notice your emotions, notice your mind, notice your thoughts. And granted, we just did a 45-second little process, but just start to notice what's happening. Okay, we're going to still do the front heart. So again, nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And just pause and be still for a moment. How does that feel to you? Right. So notice we haven't even done the whole process, but some of you might feel like, it's like a little relaxing, it's a little calming. Basically, what happens when you regulate this, you're telling your body, I'm safe. Your thymus is unregulated when you don't feel safe, when your body doesn't feel safe. Not emotions, not mind, when your body doesn't feel safe. And so if your body doesn't feel safe, your thymus goes, ugh, we gotta fend off whatever's there. Virus, bacteria, the jerk at work. And so it handles the jerk at work by projecting an energy out, trying to keep that outside invader away. Right? Eventually that forms a cord, an energetic cord. Okay. Now we're going to do the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Awareness is between the shoulder blades. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then pause and be still. Now, we're going to go to the ajna. This is the master chakra. It regulates all the other chakras. It's also in charge of the glands. And taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness between your eyebrows. Your awareness is on the ajna. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. And just pause. Your awareness is on the navel. And an inch and a half below your navel. An inch and a half below your navel. And then just pause. Notice your body, notice your emotions, notice your thoughts. Samantha just made a comment and she said, I love an oil that relaxes me, but doesn't make me feel sleepy. It's just like it calms everything down. So the idea here is again for the body to feel safe, that it's not on red alert, it's not in defense mode, it's not needing to protect itself. It just gets to kind of sit and observe and wait for the fire alarm to go off. Hey, a bacterial infection. Hey, a viral infection. Hey, that jerk at work. So this part is usually very calming and soothing to certain kinds of agitation in the body that you're not aware of, but definitely impact you. So let's do another round. Your awareness is on the heart, the center of the chest. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. The area between your eyebrows. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your navel. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Awareness is on an inch and a half below your navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. And then just pause. If your body starts to feel more safe, then it doesn't have the need to be in fight, flight, or in the defense mode. If your body's in defense mode for excessive amounts of time, it prolongs the inflammatory responses. It prolongs inflammation. It doesn't allow the body to go into rest and repair. Also can produce stress, can produce anxiety. Think about some of the situations going on in your life. You knew how you felt about them before we started the class today. Visit them now. See how you feel. Now, let's go a little esoteric with this. Part of being in fight flight is you're in defense mode. Your lower centers are driving to protect the body, to protect the form. Right? So in this mode, we experience to a much higher degree the aspects of the lower nature. Right. So as we start to do a spiritual practice, or as we start to connect with somebody and start to feel deeper levels of love, or have the potential for feeling love, the thymus being regulated is an important component. If the thymus is very unregulated, as you begin to experience the higher soul, or as you begin to experience a connection with another person or another situation that might like start to cause change in your life. Like, oh, I really love this person. I want to spend more time with them. That means XYZ. I have to change these aspects so I can spend more time with them. Or if you're doing meditation and you begin to experience higher aspects of yourself, the body, as weird as this sounds, sees that as an outside invader because it's being driven by the lower nature. So in different traditions, they try to offset this, right? In some of the Native American traditions and shamanic traditions, they'll wear things like a shell or a mother of pearl, right, on the chest, on the like as a pendant, or like if you see like the whole breastplate, a lot of times there'll be a big like abalone shell or mother of pearl shell on it, or they'll wear spiny oyster like necklace, right, with beads. In the Buddhist tradition, they wear amber, right? They wear amber, and amber also has a calming, soothing effect on the thymus. So the shells and amber also do it. Pearls also do it. So you see, like a lot of times in Hindu tradition, some of the practitioners will wear a strand of pearls, be it that they're male or female. And you see this in some of the Polynesian cultures, as somebody might wear a big pearl or a strand of pearls. And so even in Buddhism, where they have the conch shell, like part of that is also tied to um, calming down and regulating the thymus. Different traditions will also sometimes wear coral, right? Coral also does it. It calms and soothes the thymus. So practitioners will allow, like I'm wearing a band of coral right now, right? And part of what happens is if your body is regulated and feels safe, not only are you able to experience that higher aspect, that higher nature, that higher soul component, not only is your body able to experience it, it actually integrates it and physicalizes it into the body and eventually into the bones. In the African culture, a lot of times they'll wear a thing of shells around their neck, or they'll wear shells in their ears. And all of this is doing something very similar. It's telling the body you're safe. If you think about what the shell is for that animal, for that creature, it's a form of a safety mechanism, a protective mechanism. Even amber or resin sometimes is a protective component for the tree. The tree has a cut or a wound, something happens to it, the resin comes out and kind of seals it up a little bit. So if we know these aspects, or at least curious about these aspects, let's do this practice, but let's take it a little bit deeper, right? So before you even start inhaling, put your awareness on your heart and start to go a little bit deeper into the heart itself. Now, you're moving little movements at a time, right? So your awareness is on the surface of your chest, and then move in about a half inch or an inch, and then just sit with it for a little bit. And then move in a little bit deeper, and then sit with it. At some point, you'll come to a place when you go little by little where you start to feel like, this feels good. Your awareness will start bouncing off, or you don't want to do it anymore. Like it starts to feel a little bit uncomfortable, right? That's actually what we're looking for. So begin to go into the heart, just little tiny bits at a time. No, you're not inhaling yet. You're just exploring the heart. Yeah, thank you. Go a little bit deeper. Just pause and maintain your stillness where you're at. Now, wherever you're at, try to maintain it the best that you can. Start taking long, slow, deep breaths with that same oil you're using. And then just pause and just be still, just let everything go. Again, your awareness is on your heart. You're not inhaling yet. You're just putting your awareness on your heart. Start going in a little bit deeper into the heart. Wherever you're at, just maintain your awareness on that part of your heart. Keep your awareness there. Try going just a little bit deeper. A little bit deeper. And then begin inhaling. And then just pause and be still. When you feel a peace or a stillness, a quietness. Again, this is tied to your body feeling a little bit more safe. So let's finish this process. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is between the eyebrows. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your awareness is on your navel. And then an inch and a half below your navel. And then just pause and be still. Let's just sit with that and be still for a moment. And that felt for Okay, let's share experiences, and you've checked in with your body, your emotions, your thoughts. Let's share experiences, ask questions, process this. You can unmute yourself, you can type in. Go ahead and fire away. How did you feel?
Really good. There were waves where I was like, oh, now I'm so sleepy. But by the end of the whole process, I feel like my heart feels expanded, feel just like so much more light can come in.
Yeah.
And I feel awake as well. Like,
Yeah, like you feel relaxed,
yeah.
but not sleepy. But like if you really kind of think about it and reflect, you also feel kind of like strong. Or there's like the relaxation is just from like you don't have to put your guard up. Basically that's what it is. You're like, I can be here and not like be like, uh, you know.
Go ahead, Robert.
Hey, Robert.
Good morning, Greg.
Hey, how
Uh,
are you?
Doing good. The when we did the naval this last time through, giant yawns.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
Not like tired though, like a releasing.
Yeah, you're releasing some of that, because if you think about like, in holistic circles, we hear the thing like, oh, got to calm down our adrenals, or we got to calm down our stress response, or whatever. But that is like an effect of something. Like when we talk about like the vibration being like the inner state that's like causing anything, you're really looking at like cause and effect. And the effect is like your body's on red alert, or your body is feeling defensive. And the thing is it doesn't even have to be directed at you. You could just be in a chaotic situation. It could be a chaotic time of things going on in the world or in your environment. It could be that, who knows? But your body just doesn't feel safe. And so the heart is the thymus, and the ajna is helping to regulate the glands and regulate the energy centers. But the navel being the part that regulates the lower nature, that is like the part that is trying to protect. So the navel regulates the spleen, the Ming Men, the sex, and the basic. And so sometimes we have this like weird body tension that is is really just like a defensiveness. But again, it's not emotional or mental. It is your body is feeling defensive for whatever reason. And I go back to an example that I had where um you know I was going into this situation, consulting for this company, and emotionally, mentally didn't matter to me. I was not upset, I was not stressed. It wasn't, I was like, either we make this work or we don't, basically is the point of view that I had. And when I would go in there, like I could feel the tension in my body. And when I would leave, I would only be there for like 3 or 4 hours. And, I'm used to working long days. And I'd be in there 3 or 4 hours, and I'd leave and I would be exhausted. I mean, just exhausted. I didn't do crazy amounts of work there. And I would have to go to the hotel and like take these big long naps, and I'd just be like, ugh. And then the next day, like I didn't want to go into the place. And you know, at first I was just looking at like, well, I guess it's the workload or something. And then I started thinking about the things that we're talking about here. Is it was super chaotic. It was everybody was at odds with at everybody else. And so it was like just going into this like minefield where you didn't know what was going to happen. You didn't know what was going to be said to you. You didn't know if a conversation amongst a small group was gonna explode into some argument. Like it was just this weird thing. And none of it for me was personal. And most of it, if not all of it, was not even directed at me. But yet, that situation left the body feeling very defensive, and to the point where 3 or 4 hours I was exhausted, just because my guard was up so high. Emotionally, mentally, it wasn't, but the body was. And so that part with the navel really helps to, the heart is very sensitive. The navel is a kind of sensitivity that is there, but it's not quite as not quite as soft or gentle as the heart. It's like it's sensitive, but it's sensitive and like tough at the same time. You know what I mean? And so if if the body feels like something's going on, even the navel will go a little bit on like red alert of, you know, I got to keep my wits about me. Some might happen, some might go down. Like if I we're in person and I pick up like a tennis ball and I throw it at your head, and you get your head out of your way. Part of that is an instinctive response. If you look at it from the energetic point of view, is your navel was on alert and went, dude, what are you doing? But at first it ditched the moved out of the way of the tennis ball. And so when we're in these situations where something might be happening, even your navel goes a little bit on red alert because your body doesn't feel safe. And so it's always like looking for who's going to take a shot at me, who's going to throw that tennis ball at my head, who's going to knock my feet out from under me, who's like what situation, what scenario is going to like hurt me, push me out of balance, whatever it might be. And so when you start to relax that navel, and it doesn't mean that the navel still won't do what it needs to do, it just doesn't need to be hyper vigilant anymore. And so like once that starts to happen, the body will even have a deeper level of relaxation. And like you said, you started to yawn. And really what's happening is you're resetting the parasympathetic state, which is what we're going to go into next. Um, your body is, because it doesn't feel defensive, it starts to go like, oh, I can go into rest and repair, or I can put my guard down. I can have a Sunday and read the paper and drink my coffee and not really have to, worry about anything. And so it's just a calming down of everything. And if you take it a step further, like sometimes what happens when people do meditation is every once in a while, you hear this term Kundalini syndrome. And Kundalini syndrome is like an imbalance of the energy centers, or like there's blockages in particular areas of the body that, throw the body out of whack. And, there's all different kinds of it. But if you look energetically, what's happening is the navel shrinks substantially. Basically you get so overloaded, overwhelmed that it just it shuts down, and all the lower centers go a little crazy trying to defend the lower nature or the body from the higher energy coming in. Like if you really look at the mechanisms of Kundalini syndrome, it's the body is not able to handle the spiritual energy. And so even this idea of like, like in Astoria, we use amber a lot, or at least in the degree lessons. In Buddhism, we use amber a lot, and like conch shells and things like that, coral. Like I wear a lot of amber and coral a lot, and it's just so the body can handle the spiritual energy. But different traditions, in African tradition they wear like the shells, and the Hawaiian tradition they wear like the puka shells or the nihao shells or something. Spiny oyster, mother of pearl, or just, pearls. Any version of that is another way of letting the body like go, because that's what it was doing. Like those shells, like the conch and all those things, that's how that organism was protecting itself. And so even when you get that that aspect and you touch it to the body or touch it to the skin, your body goes, ah, I'm okay. I'm safe. I'm okay. And so it allows the thymus to calm down, but it also allows you to have greater experiences with the higher nature because your body's not on guard. And so in tantric Buddhism, they say enlightenment is the color of amber, you know. And you know, yes, there's like a, you know, the kind of amber they use, it looks like kind of a goldy color, and that would be similar to the energy field, but they associate amber with enlightenment just because of how it just calms the body down and lets you have the experience of the higher nature.
So I'm just coming off of a cold, and this brings
Mhm.
it back to a very physical kind of thing. In
Mhm.
essence, what you're saying is my body's been on alert during this time. The immune system's been
Mhm.
blocking out everything coming in,
Mhm.
and during a cold, it might be good to do Moroccan time to get back into rest and
Yeah,
repair.
I'd say especially when you're on the other side of the cold. You know, because if
Just
you notice like you get over the cold and you're like, okay, I'm over the cold, I don't have the symptoms, but oh, I'm tired.
right.
You know, it's because the body has been in defense mode for so long. You know, the energy body's a little congested, health rays are congested, you know, the body's a little bit depleted, but the depletion came from your body having to fight something off. And even after it's fought it off, it's still like tired and going, okay, but I still got my dukes up. Like, you know, I'm
Yeah.
still ready for another round when really it's not. Like your body is depleted because it's been in defense mode for so long. And so, you know, right before that year before COVID, you know, so back in like 19, late 18, um, most people don't remember this, you know, because COVID was such a ugh, that there was a flu going around where you would get sick and then you would get over it and you'd be good for like maybe 3 weeks or so, and then you would get sick again. And you know, not everybody, but I'd say like maybe 70% of the people they would get it twice. And part of it was that the body was in such a defense mode for that virus that after the body fought the virus off and the body, you know, started you know, negate that virus and start to feel better, the body was still depleted, and then boom, it would get reinfected or the virus would cycle through again, whatever it was. And uh, that was just that particular flu. But if our bodies are in that defense mode for long periods of time, you know, say because of a trauma or because of some significant stressful event or something like that, you'll start to notice that like that person will get sick multiple times in a year. And it's just because their defense system has been so on guard that it's exhausted. You know, it's just like if you stay up late and then you don't sleep, and then the next day you go, oh, I'm gonna stay up late and, you know, get a little tiny bit of sleep. You know, you're exhausted. You start making weird choices and you can't really cognitive function. And it's just, you know, you just go into like reaction mode. That the same thing can happen in your body. Your body gets more easily triggered the more depleted that particular component gets. And so this is a way to like fortify it so that your body is, you're calming down the agitation in the body and your body has not been so defensive.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. In the old days, they used to use either thyme or melissa to bounce back like after a cold, like cold or flu or whatever. And they had different names for it, but you know, emotionally they would refer to it as like being melancholy, but really it's just you're depleted, you're run down. Yeah.
Yeah, it's time to tell the body to
Yeah.
drop its defenses and
Right.
relax and rebuild itself.
Right.
And in this case, time is just sort of kicking it that direction.
Yeah. And the reason why we're using Moroccan time is, because other times would be strengthening to the thymus as well. But this is more tied to inflammation. And if there's a potential for autoimmune type related responses, this would also calm it down as well. Because really, when you look at an autoimmune response, it's just a super, super over agitated thymus and an over hyper vigilant, hyper reactive immune system that it's again reflective of uh, the body not feeling safe. And so I had this doctor friend one time, and I don't know, somehow we got talking about lupus, which is an autoimmune issue. And he made this comment. He goes, I find it really weird that a lot of times when I'm talking with patients with lupus, that at some point we end up talking about some incident when they were young where it was like a life and death scenario, or at least it was perceived as life and death, like they got really badly injured, or, they were in a traumatic event, or, maybe there was a little bit of abuse or something. And he goes, I've seen it so much that whenever somebody comes in and says they, or shows the markers for lupus, he goes, one of the first things I say is like, what bad happened to you when you were young? And he said, everybody always has a story. And he goes, it's usually a bad story. And again, it goes back to that traumatic event. Yes, we get through it, but at the same time, your body leaves that event feeling not safe. And if it was significant enough, your body just doesn't feel safe, even though emotionally, mentally you move on. Your body is still in that agitated state. And, even if you're treating psychological issues later in life, some of it is because the thymus isn't regulated, you know. So, like, even when, uh, am doing some sort of deep psychological work with somebody, it might not be the first thing that I check, but at some point I go through and I check and we treat the thymus. And the reason being is that it just allows for your body to go out of defensive mode. Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. And going back to what I was saying, the adrenals are the effect of the body not feeling safe. Right. So the incident, whatever it might be, or the situation, or the person, or the cold, or the flu, or whatever, that can be a trigger. But it also could just be that the thymus your body just doesn't feel safe. The effect is then you have overactivated adrenals. But really, if you try treating the adrenals all the time, you'll make them better and then it goes back. You make it better and then it goes back. And so you have to step back and go, okay, what is causing the adrenals? And it could be, okay, they're tired or they're pushing hard or they're stressed out and whatever, their lifestyle. But even when you resolve some of those, the adrenals still don't calm down. And part of it is even when somebody's pushing really hard, the body still doesn't feel like safe, right? So you make the body feel safe, you make the body feel protected. And then it calms down not all the agitation in the body, but it calms down a certain kind of agitation in the body. Yeah.
And then we had some shares and question as well, but feel free to raise your hand, guys, as well. And someone said the first time through, the heart seed felt like it was struggling against several chains. The second time through, the struggle was more like an intuitive chess match. Eventually, the struggle softened and fell away altogether.
Yeah, very good. Yeah, that's a great way to say kind of what we're talking about, because especially when you go deeper into the heart, it starts to be like a deeper impact on the physiology, but it also starts to play a role in, like having higher experiences. Yeah.
And go ahead, Denise.
Hey, Denise.
Good morning. I wanted to ask how this would affect, I guess this would go in line with trauma too.
Yes. Yeah.
And it just kind of holds there. So would this be really a good pattern to work with for becoming?
It would be a good pattern. It wouldn't necessarily resolve the trauma itself, but it would resolve the effects of the trauma. One of the effects of the trauma. Yeah. Yeah.
Because part of the issue I think with trauma is just quieting the body.
Yeah.
The body doesn't always feel safe there in
Right.
a way. And
Right.
there's like I don't know, like a veil or something. You know what I mean? If you can get on the other side of that, then and and that might be the trauma. It's the veil
Right.
itself, right?
Like I'll give you an example. So I was treating this lady, um, and she wrote about this and put it in a book. But she was one of the people at the bombing at the Boston Marathon, what is that, 15 years ago or whatever it was.
Yeah.
And first time she ever went to, she lived in Boston, first time she ever went to watch the marathon, got near the finish line because she wanted to see it. And, that's where one of the bombs went off. And, she wasn't injured, like it didn't break the skin or she didn't break a bone, but what do you call it? The concussion of she was blown and knocked off her feet, and so plus just the event itself was pretty, obviously upsetting. And so, a little bit of time had gone by and, she eventually ended up uh, doing some work with me. And right at the beginning, she was on a trip with her friends, and I don't know. They were walking around, and something fell. Like how like you hear like a bookcase fall, like that crash,
Mhm.
and something had fallen off of a building, like one of the, I don't know what it was, and it made that sound, and all her friends turned around to see what the noise was, and they turned back, and she was flat on the ground, like a starfish. She was just flat and trying to be as low as possible, and everybody was like, "Are you okay?" And you know they talked about it and they kind of laughed about it and everything. And she goes, but like, that's it. Like, my body's always in defense mode.
Yeah.
And so, um, we did a bunch of work. First we treated the trauma, and then second, I was like, so, because it had been a few years after the event. And I was like, so how many times a year are you getting sick? And she got quiet and she goes, why do you ask that? And I go, well, before the bombing, you got sick maybe once a season. And she goes, yeah. And I go, how about now? And she was like 6 or 7. She goes, I get better, I get sick, I get better, I get sick, I get better, I get sick. She goes, I do that through the whole cold and flu season. And so after that, we just worked on the thymus for a while, thymus and the spleen,
Oh,
but
interesting.
more the thymus, especially for her. Like it was more the thymus. And so um, we got it to the point to where she was, maybe only getting sick once or twice a season again. And then she was out somewhere, and again, another loud noise happened. And she goes, I was just like everybody else. I just looked over and saw what the noise was. She goes, the myself, a year ago would have been flat on the floor again. And that wasn't psychological healing. That was the thymus. Like if you can clean that thymus up and regulate the thymus, you go out of defense mode. And granted, it's a loud noise. You look to see what it is because it is potentially a threat. But for her body was in such a red alert that it just went to the extreme and was like, got to get to cover. And when we think of trauma, we think of it as just like, oh, I'm still releasing the trauma because I still have those feelings. And, there's the energy or the thought form of the trauma. And then there's the effect of the trauma. And the effect is this defense mechanism or this defensiveness of the body that at some point you have to calm it down. And, even in something like a car accident, you know, we think of the physical traumas as like the neck, the back, the shoulder. Eventually sometimes people start to have digestive issues. But again, it's because the body is in a place where it doesn't feel safe. So like anytime your body doesn't feel safe, it's going to be an issue. And then to take it a step further, it doesn't have to be that strong of a traumatic event. Sometimes very deep spiritual experiences puts the body in a little bit of a defense mode because it's shifting a bunch, and you're shifting kind of away from the lower nature, the experiencing the lower nature and it beginning to experience more of the higher nature. But you could say your body's made really good friends with the lower nature. It's tied to its survival in a way. And so even when you have very, very deep spiritual experiences, you still have to go down and calm down the thymus. And I would say even in relationships where you're starting to feel deep levels of love, that love is displacing to your normal everyday life. Like it's making you shift and change in ways that you wouldn't otherwise. And so even then, sometimes you know, the body begins to change. I used to kind of joke with some of my clients that I was like, you fell in love, and then like a year later, you start building your hypothetical case that's going to go before a hypothetical court, of all the wrongs and all the things, the ways that you defend yourself. And, I was just joking with them, but joking about something that can be very real sometimes is you have a deep experience. Part of what happens is the body then goes, I don't feel safe. And so if you want to keep having those experiences, like if you think about, I had this very deep experience and then it went away and I can't get back to it, it's because your body is defensive about it. Like your body having that experience, it does not feel safe. So if you make your body feel safe again, then you can go back to having those experiences over and over again. But, you know, if we don't do that, we touch something and then it slips away.
Gosh, thank you. That's a good way. It's almost amnesia in a way.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And what does the navel minor do? It's my final question.
Yeah. The navel minor helps. It helps refine the energy body. It helps refine the aura, and eventually it shifts from, again, experiencing the lower nature to being able to experience the higher nature.
Thank you very much,
You're
Greg.
so
This is a great class. I'm looking
good,
forward.
good. I'm glad you enjoyed.
And go ahead, Teresa.
Hey,
Hello.
how'd you do?
I've Well, delightfully, I woke up when you started talking, but I slept the entire time, which which really is great
Yeah,
because
totally.
um there's two reactions my body has to that energy that you described,
Mhm.
which um is my work environment, but was also my
Sure.
childhood.
Yeah.
One, it's no sleep.
Right.
Um,
Yeah.
and two, I'll go through phases in my life where my body goes back to a normal weight or then it puffs up.
Hmm.
Um, and I always thought it's a reaction to something.
Hmm.
So did the Moroccan time just put me to sleep? Um, and I guess I had a couple of questions. I think you said the heart is the thymus, the ajna works on the glands, and what was the navel working on?
Regulating the lower nature.
Okay. Um, okay, fantastic. And would this be helpful to take internally?
Yeah. Yeah. Actually, all three could be taken internally. Moroccan thyme, cypriol, mimosa. The mimosa, there is an essential oil of mimosa, but it's an absolute, so it's always a solid. Like,
Uh-huh.
every time you use it, you have to kind of heat it up unless I
Yeah.
mix it with something. And so the way that we kind of get around it a little bit, for one, you could use it for inhalation, but if you're wanting to take it internal,
Mm-hmm.
I made that mimosa tincture. So,
Okay. It
we used different
was last
parts
weekend,
of,
right?
yeah, yeah.
Okay.
And so part of why that's such a thing is,
Mm-hmm.
on one level, people use mimosa for a reduction of stress and the effects of stress. But again, going back to if your thymus is hypervigilant and your body's in defense, anything you do is going to be stressful. Just waking up
Yeah.
stressful. Just going to sleep is stressful. Like everything
Sure.
is stressful,
Yeah.
and so the more that that can get regulated,
Mm-hmm.
the more that it reduces stress. And so
Yeah.
when people use it for stress, it does work for that. It does
Yes.
it does impact that, but it does it by regulating the thymus.
Okay. And you had recommended before Malunga for me, so I know we're going
Hmm.
to talk about it later in the
Hmm.
class.
Hmm.
Does that also help with the body's defense mechanisms?
Not so much for regulating the thymus. I mean, it does a little bit,
Okay.
but not as much as the ones here.
Okay.
Malunga we'll talk about a little bit later, but it definitely stimulates the intuitive part of the mind. It does
Okay.
calm down defensiveness in the body,
Okay. Okay.
but not so much on the thymus.
Okay. Like
Yeah,
I've tried all the sleep formulas in the sleep stack, and this little bottle of Moroccan thyme
yeah,
uh,
knocked you out, right?
totally knocked me out. Yeah.
Yeah, part like you said, like some of it might be childhood, but
Yep.
you're in a work environment, regardless of which
Oh,
job you're on, that you have to always do that. You know,
absolutely. I'm walking into a warm
always.
zone.
Yeah,
Um,
it's crazy, but it's and the thing too is, even like I was saying, even deeper spiritual experiences or healing where you're making a shift,
mm,
your body still goes, we're shifting. I don't know if I feel safe. I don't know if I feel comfortable. And
oh
so
yeah.
it just allows for things to flow.
Okay. Yeah, I think this is gonna be my new best friend for a while.
Good.
The next question I had, because the other piece, not only the sleep, but I think of the Michelin man, I feel like I end up blowing up
Mhm.
weight wise. Well, if I get to the root, which is really more the defense mechanism, well that should also help my body not
Right.
react in that way, right? It's like,
Right. So if you think about it, like part of being in the defense mode, your body being in defense mode is tied to fight flight.
Mhm.
And fight flight does not help with like digestion or elimination, or, it keeps you in an inflammatory state, but it also doesn't allow for a lot of the digestive processes and urinary tract processes, all the things that would keep us from blowing up. It doesn't allow for that to be in play. That's more of rest and repair.
Sure.
And so, like, if our body is in constant defense mode, you
Mhm.
it is reflective in the body.
Okay.
It has those processes that get kicked in.
Okay.
Yeah.
And if there was something that my body said, okay, so if I'm bigger, they'll leave me alone, would that still just go back to Moroccan
Yeah.
time, or
I
is there
would still
something?
just go, yeah, yeah.
Okay, cool. Thank you very much. I
You're
enjoyed
so
that time. It was fantastic.
good.
And then someone's asking, what risks do you put the coral and the amber on?
Amber, they tend to wear on the right, and coral can go on either side.
Which oil is helpful for a depleted spleen?
Angelica is good, helichrysum is good. Thyme actually will have an impact. Jasmine is a very good one for a depleted spleen. I've even used Shazandra for that. The big trees, the anything that's a big tree is also helpful for the spleen, or real resinous frankincense, myrrh, things like that.
Can you take Moroccan thyme internally twice a day?
Yeah. Oh yeah. 2 or 3 times a day easily. Yeah. Yeah.
Could any thyme work for this process?
Moroccan thyme is much better just because it has a regulating effect on the thymus, where some of the other thymes are just stimulating to the thymus. And so they don't always calm the thymus down. So that's why we're using Moroccan thyme and not just any form of thyme. Yeah. So, okay, so let's go ahead and take a break, and we'll come back and we'll do vagal tone after this. So we'll come back at 20 after. Okay, everybody, we're still on page 5, about midway. We're on segment 2, which is vagal tone. And vagal tone is tied to the vagus nerve in your rest and repair system, the part of your nervous system that has to do with rest, repair, and also digest. So rest also being sleep. So here you have a bunch of choices. Benzoin, black cumin, galbanum, lemongrass, Litsea cubeba, marjoram, rose, sage, Siberian fir, premium, spikenard, tarragon, tuberose, valerian, vetiver, and also the blend vagal tone.
So Greg, in the kit for purchase, there is galbanum, there's rose, there's vagal tone, there's all three. Do you have a preference of what people try for
You
this?
you can use any of the three, but I would use vagal tone probably as your first choice. And then there's also in the kit for purchase a spadric black seed. Taking black cumin or black seed internally is also very helpful for this process.
Would this be the time to take that?
Yeah, you could take it before or after, either way.
For people who haven't done the tinctures before, is there a recommended way you want?
So with the tinctures, you would just take a dropper full, like 1 or 2 dropperfuls, and you can put it in water, but I would usually just put it in your mouth, drink it, and then chase it with water or juice or something.
And then someone's also asking, apply bagel tone body tonic, question mark?
Yeah, you could do that as well. Sure. Okay, so you have one of those oils. And we're going to begin inhaling with your awareness on the throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. And then go to the sides of your neck, each side of the neck, here and here. And then your back throat. Your awareness is on your back throat. Your awareness is on the back heart, the area between the shoulder blades. Your front solar, the area below your ribs on your upper abdomen. Your back solar plexus, the mid back area below your below your shoulder blades. Navel. Your awareness is on your navel. The low back, the backside of the navel, the main men. And then the sixth chakra. Where the six organs are. And then your awareness is on the spine. And then just pause and be still. Okay, begin inhaling again. We're going to go to application B. Your awareness is on the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. Your awareness is on your navel. Awareness is on your navel. And then an inch and a half below your navel. Your awareness is an inch and a half below your navel. Awareness is on your navel minor, an inch and a half below your navel. And then just pause and be still. Just be still for a moment. And the reason we're treating the vagus nerve and parasympathetic activity, which is rest and repair, is it increases your body's ability to deal with inflammation. So again, you can use the same oil, or if you want to change and use a different one, you can do that as well. Your awareness is on your throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. The sides of your neck. Your awareness is on the sides of your neck. If you can even take a little bit of it and rub it on the sides of your neck, whatever oil you're using. Tuberose or lemongrass might be a little bit irritating to the skin, so don't use those. But benzoin should be okay, but everything else should be okay. In your back throat. Your awareness is on the back throat, middle of the back of your neck. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Your back heart. Your awareness is on your back heart. The front solar, that area below your ribs on the upper abdomen. Your awareness is on your front solar. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your back solar, your mid back area. The navel. Your awareness is on your navel. The low back area, the backside of the navel. Your sex chakra, where the sex organs are. And then the spine. Your awareness is on the spine. Your awareness is on your spine. And then just pause and be still. Just pause and be still. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the ajna, the area between the eyebrows. Your awareness is on the navel. And then 1.5 inches below the navel. And then just be still. Just be still. Just let go. Notice your body, your emotions, your thoughts. I still want to do another round of this, but let's actually share experiences and talk about it, ask questions, and process it. Unmute yourself and type in, and then we'll go from there. How was your experience?
Real little like, altered
Yeah,
in my, I don't know, in my brain almost.
right. You know, if you think about like the sympathetic part or the fight flight, which is also activity, has more to do with the intellect. The intuition is more with rest and repair, digest. So you are going to shift in your body, but you're also going to shift in your mind. And like Samantha said, she feels a little altered. It's because you're shifting out of your intellectual mind and you're starting to shift more into the intuitive mind. So different part of your brain, basically.
When I started working on the solar, I could feel some inflammation, some pre-existing stuff, I think, but the burning sensation faded away towards the end of it.
Good, good, good.
Yeah, I think I felt the most in my solar, the front
And the
solar.
front solar, like a lot of times, if you even if you just treat the front and back solar plexus with things that for inflammation, it'll reduce inflammation in other parts of your body. You know, a lot of the inflammatory energy is in the solar plexus.
I just feel like as we keep still, I'm like more and more it just keeps changing what's happening. So that's funny.
Mm. Yeah. Okay. How about we'll let it digest and we'll do another round after lunch.
Okay.
So how about we'll break for lunch and we'll come back at 10 to 2 and we're going to do the state of the body, but before that we'll do one more round of the vagal tone. So go ahead and get some rest or take a nap, get some lunch, and then we'll come back and we'll hit the ground running. Hey, everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. And I think we have a couple of questions or a couple of shares, at least one or two, maybe.
Yeah, someone's asking with the spagyric black seed tincture, can Greg talk about the uses, the dose, etc.? That was, maybe they weren't here when you.
Okay, so do a dropper full or two. You could do it 1 to 2 times a day. Yeah. You could also follow it with water. You don't need to necessarily put it in water, but that it's a spagyric tincture. So it has the essential oil and the alcohol extraction as well as ash and some other components. And so, yeah.
And for you guys who are new and don't know what spaggeries are, I will post a thing in the chat, or we'll post a thing in the chat so you guys actually can kind of get familiar with spaggeries too.
Yeah.
They're really, really incredible and work super well. So let me see.
The other option with spagyric, I mean, you can do the spagyric black seed, but you also can just take black cumin by itself. A lot of times when people have an injury or they're going through a surgery or, they have some area of their body that's compromised, a lot of times what I have them do is use galbanum and black cumin both together. The galbanum can go on the wrist and the black cumin, you take internal, and that combination, for one, helps to accelerate the healing process, but it will reduce inflammation. I would say one of the most like visual stories that I have concerning this was somebody had broken some bones in their foot. And, they were, had a cast on their foot and up their leg a little bit, but the toes were sticking out. And, the toes were swollen, especially the big toe. And, they had been to the doctor, they had gotten x-rays, they had gotten the cast on and all of that. And after a few days, the toe kept getting bigger and bigger. It was all the toes, but especially the big toe. I mean, it was just like black and blue, and they didn't even hit the toe. Like when they broke the bones in their foot, they broke it like higher up, but still there was a lot of black and blue on the toe itself. And, we talked about some things to do, and um, it was a friend of mine, so he was like, yeah, 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 and kind of blew me off. And another day or two went by, and I said, have you been doing that thing? And he's like, no. And so he started doing it. He took the black cumin internally, and he was putting galbanum 3 or 4 drops on his wrist. And within 3 or 4 hours, the toe started going down and all the discoloration started moving out. And within like probably 36 hours, that toe was back to almost normal size. And I mean, it had really ballooned up. And, we have things like that happening in our body, but we don't see the visual. That was a visual because, I mean, it was something small that had ballooned up, it was something very very easy to validate. And so that combination of galbanum and black cumin is a very potent combination for any sort of inflammatory kind of condition. Yeah. Be it injury, arthritis, back pain, shoulder pain, neck pain, jaw pain, whatever it is, it's helpful. It doesn't mean that there's not other things that need to be done. But whenever in doubt, you can always go galbanum and black cumin, and it will stimulate a healing process.
How often?
I would do it a couple of times a day, and you can do it with the black cumin essential oil, or you can use this spagyric tincture. Right? We haven't made a spadgery of galbanum, I'm having a hard time sourcing the galbanum to make the tincture part without it costing crazy money. So I'm still working on it though. Yeah. Yeah.
That's it, I think, for
Okay.
now.
So, we did it a couple times through, and a lot of times with these weekends, it's like something that we learn, but it's also a therapy session. So we're doing a little bit of both, and going through a couple of times with vagal tone is good, but most people have poor vagal tone. You can see this in your ability to rest, your ability to recover, your ability to manage pain, also your ability to sleep. Also, if you have things like anxiety or things like that, that also could be a result of poor vagal tone. So again, whenever in doubt, be it that there's an injury or a digestive issue, because rest and repair also means digestion. Also can mean urinary tract function, and it can also have to do with sexual function. So if you're having issues with your cycle, or if men are having issues with something with reproductive organs, um, could be just simply a glitch in the nervous system, right?
And we have some questions that just came in
Okay,
too,
sure,
so,
sure.
I work with an acupuncturist. Is this something he could implement with his patients during
Sure.
treatment? And specifically, they asked after the galbanum black seed.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, if they're interested. Yeah.
Yeah, we actually have a handful of acupuncturists.
Yeah, I'd say we have like 5 or 6, I think, acupuncturists who work with us. But the thing with acupuncturists is they'll have their different approaches. And so, we usually just support them in their approaches. We don't really try to sell them on, something I'm doing. They might resonate with something and want to use that. So you can, present it to the person, but if they're not into it, they have something else they're doing that's working for them. So, we just always try to support them with whatever their process is, because not everything is the same approach. And so, you know, different ways to the top of the mountain, that's all it is.
Can one do the galbanum and black cumin combination for too long a period of time? I'm doing it for several months for stenosis.
Yeah, I would say you could do it for the rest of your life. Maybe longer, but it'll be harder to take after you pass. But there's this old saying. It's actually in the Quran, that black seed or black cumin will cure anything but death. Something like that. It cures everything but death, or everything, almost anything but death. So again, it just helps to stimulate the regenerative processes. And so it's one of those things that you could go crazy with it and it would be okay. I mean, there's been times where I was traveling, and I can't remember. I think it's one of those times where like my back went out or something, and I had all my oils or whatever, and it was getting a little bit better, but I was still having a hard time, and I still needed to fly, and so I started throwing down the black cumin like it was oxygen. I was just like, ah. And lo and behold, within, like, I'd say 12 hours or so, I was significantly more mobile, significantly. Where normally it would have taken a few more days.
They said, wow, thank you so
Yeah,
much.
yeah. So I mean, go for it. Same with the galbanum. You can take the galbanum for the rest of your life. That's what you would call like a tonic herb. There's some things where you're like, take it for 3 or 4 weeks and then stop, and then give yourself a break, and then another 3 or 4 weeks, and then a week off. Um, those are usually things like German chamomile, yarrow, golden seal. There's things like that where you wouldn't do it internally. Topically, go for it, but internally, you would do 3 or 4 weeks and then take a break. But things that are tonic herbs, rest of your life would be fine.
And then how much black seed spagyric tincture per serving? One dropper, a half a dropper?
I would do one dropper, and if you're in a lot of pain, I would do actually two dropperfuls. Yeah,
Thank you.
yeah, yeah. I mean, I would definitely, for all of us, black seed would have some sort of benefit. You know, we all have inflammation in our body to some level or some degree. And so even if you feel like, you know, not that big of an issue, you take it and you start to feel better and you go, I don't know what it's treating, but I do feel better. You know, it's one of those kinds of things. And even if you don't notice it, it is making your body function better. You know, it's just one of those things that, you know, there's a handful of things that you take just kind of almost like no matter what. Like I'd say black cumin, and another one for me is the anise or anise, however you want to say it. Um, I leave it the anise on the coffee table, and I try to take it every day. Some days I forget, but most days I take it at least you know, once a day, if not twice a day. And just because it's antispasmodic, it's balancing, it helps to reduce spasms even in the bronchioles and things like that, the swallowing mechanisms. So it tones up both sides of the nervous system. I just feel that it's very helpful for all that. So
Question, galbanum only on the wrist?
you could take galbanum internally if you want, but like sometimes when we're talking about things like this, I try not to overload how many things you need to take internal. And so the black cumin definitely internal. Galbanum works equally as well, be it internal or topical. So if that's the case, I'd say put it on your wrist. But if the smell is a little bit of an issue, then take it internal. You know, galbanum. I love the smell of galbanum, but not everybody necessarily does. And I remember you went into a doctor's office. Samantha went into a doctor's office, and right before she went in, she put on a few drops of galbanum and like on her wrist. And people are like, "Oh, what's that smell?" So if you're in situations like that, take it internal. But if you're in situations where it doesn't matter, risks. So that's my rule of thumb.
And anise internal?
Yeah, I would do anise internal. Yeah. Yeah.
Someone saying, I do not see the spagyric tinctures listed on the guide section of the booklet, nor black seed cumin, others I take on occasion. So in the booklet, when you're looking at the workbook, Greg actually has, I hope this helps, where it is posted. So for example, page 5, at the bottom, it says spagyric black seed tincture. So that's where he's talking about where to take these,
Mhm.
like kind of in its optimum place kind of thing, right?
Sure.
And if that doesn't help or answer your question, go ahead and just type a little more and I'm happy to help you there. Now internal 2 or 3 drops of galbanum.
Yeah. See.
And they said, I like the smell on my wrist.
Yeah. 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 Like, I don't know about you, but like when I was young, I tried a cup of coffee and I was like, this is disgusting. I'll never drink this. And then, you get older and you're like, I'm going to try to keep it down to 1 cup of coffee a day, right? Galbanum's a little bit of an acquired taste. It's related to frankincense, but it's like I used to always joke, it's the weird cousin of frankincense. Like it doesn't quite have the same smell as frankincense. And so when you're used to it, it's like, delicious. But when it's your first time, it's like that first cup of coffee when you're like 8 years old and you're like, I see the adults drinking, I'm gonna drink it, and like, ugh, you know. So anyway,
So yeah, I think that answered that. Make sure any more came in. Yep. All right.
yeah. So okay, so vagal tone is an important thing. I know we've talked about it in a bunch of different classes, and there's slightly different ways that you can work it, but I thought this was a nice way to really take it deep for specifically for inflammation. And so we're going to go through it one more time, and then we're just going to jump right into the state of the body. Okay. So again, benzoin, black cumin, galbanum, lemongrass, Litsea cubeba, marjoram, rose, sage, Siberian fir premium, spikenard, tarragon, tuberose, valerian or vetiver, or the vagal tone blend. If you have a couple of those and you have already worked one of them, why don't you try one of the different ones just to see? Tuberose and rose are very nice in this area. So is marjoram. I mean, all of these things work, but in the old days, back in the days of swords and armor and shields, and when people would get injured in certain parts of Europe, they would give them um, like little balls of like rose petals, and like they would have them eat it after the injury. And it was again to try to accelerate the healing process. So rose also does that. And so, yeah, rose is another one that I like to take internal a lot of times. Okay, so let's go ahead and have you start inhaling. Your awareness is on the throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. We're still in the throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breath. Then the sides of your neck. Your awareness is on the sides of your neck, both sides. And then your back throat. Your awareness is on your back throat. Your awareness is on your back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. Your back heart, the area between your shoulder blades. And then the front solar plexus. The back solar plexus. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the back solar plexus. And then your navel. Your awareness is on your navel. Then go to your low back, the back side of the navel. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Sex chakra, where the sex organs are. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. And then the spine. Your awareness is on the spine. And then just pause and be still. Just let your body go into deeper levels of relaxation. Just be still. Your awareness is on your ajna, the area between your eyebrows. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your navel. Your awareness is an inch and a half below your navel. Just pausing and being still. Just be still. Let's do that last little piece again. You're inhaling, your awareness is between your eyebrows, the ajna. Awareness is on your navel. Then an inch and a half below your navel. That's happening. And then just be still. That last little piece with the ajna, navel, and navel minor keeps, like, whenever I do it, it keeps making me go a little deeper, a little deeper. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to move over to the state of the body, but still, if anybody wants to share or ask a question, I know we did this before lunch, but, if you have a question about what we just did, let's go ahead and unmute yourself, type in.
You can raise your hand. Yeah, go ahead, Danelle.
Hey, Danelle.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
Oh,
How are you?
okay. So I had a question about the first time I did that one, I used rose, and then the next time I did marjoram.
Mhm.
And I did, does it matter with the oils, with the effectiveness? Just the only reason I'm asking is rose just seemed to be a lot more soothing and more
Yeah, yeah.
calming.
Yeah, I would agree. Like, all of them do it to a certain extent, but there's other things that they kind of do. And rose would be a little bit more soothing. I mean, marjoram still works. It pulls your body out of fight, flight, and things like that. I mean, it's very good for doing that. But I would say marjoram has a little bit more of that, medicinal feel to it. You know what I mean? Where
Yeah.
rose is like soothing to the body, but it's also soothing to the emotions and even to the mind a bit. And very soothing to the energy body. Not that marjoram's not, it's just marjoram's not rose. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And so, like, there's times where, like, I kind of do what you did. Like, I would do maybe marjoram to get the ball rolling, and
Okay.
then later I would go, okay, now that the ball's rolling, let's go into rose. Because the pulling the body out of fight flight, marjoram's really good at it. It's really, really good, and it's very toning to the vagus nerve. But whenever we have situations like that, it's not just about let's shift the physiology. There's always, like, then there's that guy at work, and there's that unresolved situation, and I got to get up in the morning and do, XYZ and da 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 da, and there's just stuff. You know what I mean? And
Yeah.
marjoram helps, but rose would have a lot more impact on the emotions and the mind. And so marjoram being a little bit better on the body.
The
But
body. Okay, that
yeah,
makes
but
sense.
but like,
Yeah.
like I said, like, a lot of times I'll start with marjoram, but I ice the cake with rose because of, like, it's so soothing. I remember,
Yeah, and
like, it was about,
rose is so lovely.
yeah, it was like 3 or 4 weeks ago. We had like uh at the end of the day we had to go to one of the areas like a couple hours away from us and then back in the same night. And I took like 3 or 4 drops of rose, jumped in the car and, like, forgot about it. And uh we were about an hour into the drive, and I was like, I just feel so nice. I feel so happy. Like, da da da. I was just like, boy, I don't even know why. It's not that I don't feel nice and happy, but I mean, I was feeling like extra, like, And then I was like, I wonder what it is. And, like, I hadn't meditated that day. And, I was going through all the things. And then it dawned on me, oh, yeah, I took rose right before I left, and
Yes.
it's just, the rose is interesting. If you look at a lot of the plants, they're producing an essential oil for some reason. Like, they're doing something for the environment, right? Like they're trying to repel insects, they're trying to attract insects, they're trying to get the deer not to eat them. They're trying to do attract bees. They're reacting to extreme heat or not enough water or whatever it is. And in doing so, they're producing these volatile oils within the plant. Rose is very interesting because like all the other plants like have a reason, they have an agenda of like we need this to procreate. That you see that with like orange. Different parts of the orange plant produce oils, but it's all about like reproduction. And rose simply produces the scent for the sake of producing the scent. Like it doesn't have a big reason why, it just does it. It just does it for the sake of doing it. And I find that really kind of interesting in the plant world. And when I look at that kind of energetic pattern and use that particular plant, it's about just doing something good or nice or expressing, not because I want to be heard or this or that. It's just like I'm expressing goodness or I'm expressing love or I'm expressing whatever. It doesn't matter if I get it back. I'm just expressing it. And there's a kind of freedom in that. You know what I mean? And I would say rose is good for that. Like that like little moments of like feeling a little liberated or a little less like bogged down or a little less, you know, being impacted by situations or people or things we have to do or whatever. It's just like it feels good for the sake of just feeling good. Yeah.
So we have kind of mindfulness, just
Yeah.
sort of just being in
Yeah.
that moment.
Yeah. Yeah. It's interesting. I go through phases where I work rows and then I forget about it for long periods of time. And I'm on my kick again. And I'm like, God, why did I stop working with this? I just don't remember why I stopped. I think, you start feeling so good that you forget about the things that got you there.
Yes.
I used to take rows every day. And then I stopped for a long time, like more than a year, and started doing it again. I was like, God, why did I stop? You know, I put it right next to my Melissa now. I'm just like, 1-2 punch.
Yeah. Thank you.
You're so welcome. Yeah. Okay, so we're going to slip right into the state of the body. And we're cultivating the regenerative state of the body. When we talk about it from the point of view of vibration, we're looking at causes, right? Like last weekend, we did healing with light and love, and we were dealing with like a deep, deep dive on the spinal thalamic tract, which is a bundle of nerves that runs up and down the spine, and it's how we process information from the environment and painful stimuli and things from the body. And so we did a deep dive with that. And so there you're cultivating the state of peace or stillness. And here you're cultivating the state of regeneration, of healing, right? And so, again, when our body is not in a regenerative state, that is a cause for certain kinds of conditions, especially inflammatory conditions, right? So we're cultivating this aspect of regeneration, the state of the body, so that the body can rest and recover faster, right? We want the body to be able to recover from an injury, from an illness, from wear and tear, a chronic area of inflammation in the body, even if it's just aging. We want the body to be able to recover faster. And so Here we're going through some of these steps of like shifting the state of the body to a deeper state of regeneration, right? So you could say, because before this in segment 2, we did vagal tone, right? So there's the tone of the vagus nerve and your ability to rest and repair. But here it's like you're increasing the potential. We might have good vagal tone, but we get injured and our body can only go so far with repairing that, based on the tone and how much we've stretched that ability to regenerate. Here, we're trying to stretch that ability to regenerate so that, like, say you get injured, you sprain an ankle or your back, or, you get really sick, or heaven forbid, there's like some chronic illness or potentially, bad illness that comes about. Your body has the ability to heal that. So, like here, we're not just regenerating, but we're increasing the potential of regeneration for significant issues. And I know I've told this story before, but it's one of the best stories that I've ever heard concerning this. And so forgive me if you've heard this a few times, but I'm going to tell it again. So I had this client that I worked on the whole family for a while. Mostly one of the children and then the mom somewhat, but I worked on the husband a little bit, but never for super long periods of time. I would just work with him for a little bit when he had, something going on, and then, I wouldn't see him for quite a while. And it had been a while since I had talked to them, and it had been like 10 years maybe. And in that time, the husband had developed prostate cancer, which, as men get older, that's an issue. It's a very slow growing cancer most times. And they're usually not super aggressive about treating it because it's so slow. They can treat it over a period of time. And if the man is old enough, sometimes they don't even treat it, just because it's so slow. And so he had been treating the cancer for a few years. And in that time, he was leading a normal life, still working, and they had gone on vacation somewhere and were skiing, and they don't really know what happened, but they suspect that somebody slammed into him skiing, but basically something hit him and knocked him out. And it basically shattered his pelvis to the point where pieces of his pelvis went up and caused a bunch of lacerations in his abdomen. So it was a really super bad break. It was really kind of it shattered the pelvis. And so he was in the hospital for a few months. He had to have surgery and pull all that back together. And, they weren't sure that he was going to live. And he's a very methodical kind of guy, very quiet, very methodical. And he's like, well, if I need to heal, I need to rest, I need to heal. And that's what he did. He was like, no TV, no distractions, no anything. I'm going to sleep, I'm going to rest, I'm going to do the things that I need to do to heal. And so, they had the surgeries, he did all his rest, and then he did his physical therapy, and he got walking again. And, apparently there was a few weeks where they weren't even sure if he was going to live. And, he recovered. So his body had to go into very deep repair mode, regeneration mode, to be able to recover like that. And they said that, even his recovery from that kind of injury, the doctors were really pleased. They said he was ahead of schedule as far as, walking and, getting back to normal and doing the normal things in life. He was way ahead of schedule. So then it came time to go and treat the cancer again, get back on track with that. And so he went to go see his oncologist, and they wanted to see where he is at because he had been off of the meds and everything for quite a while. And they wanted to do another evaluation. And when they went back to do the evaluation, he didn't have cancer anymore. He had cancer, his body had cancer when he was skiing. They had just done an evaluation. They knew what they were addressing. And in that time frame of all that rest and repair, his body went into such a deep repair mode that it resolved the cancer. And again, this goes to not just having good vagal tone, but having an incredibly good potential of very deep healing when the body needs it. Doesn't mean it's going to happen all the time, but like say you hurt your back, if you can get really good, deep regenerative sleep or regenerative rest in a short amount of time, your body will bounce back like nothing happened. Like, your body kind of reboots itself. And here, not only did he recover from the pelvic injury, but the body also resolved the cancer. And so this shifting to a regenerative state is about those potentials. When your body really needs to recover from, an illness or COVID or an injury, whatever it might be, we want to have not just good vagal tone, but we also want to have a good uh, good potential for regeneration. We're wanting to increase that potential. And so that's what this is about. And so you have choices: aloes, geranium, ginger lily, palmarosa, rose, and tuberose. And in the pay for kit, we give you a rose. So choose one of those. And let's go ahead and start. Your awareness is on your throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. Very nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat. And then go down to your throat minor, the bottom of your throat. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the throat minor. Move your awareness to the back throat. Your awareness is on the back throat, the middle of the back of your neck. And then your jaws, where they hinge in front of the ear, like right here. And then the temples. Your awareness is on your temples. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your back head. And your awareness is on the forehead. And then just be still. Just be still. So this first part's about calming the mind and perceptions. We're going to do that one again. If you want to switch an oil, switch it out and try something different, go ahead. Something that's on the list. Begin inhaling. Your awareness is on the throat. Your awareness is on your throat minor, the bottom of your throat, a little notch between the two collarbones. And then your back throat. Your awareness is on the back throat. Your awareness is on the back throat. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Move your awareness to the jaws where they hinge in front of the ears. Move your awareness to the temples. My back head. Your awareness is on your back head. You're taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on your forehead. Nice, long, slow, deep breath. Just pause and be still. Notice your body, notice your thoughts. Your thoughts. Okay, how about before we move on, let's take a little break. So we'll come back at 10 till and we'll continue our process. Hey, everybody, let's come on back. So that last piece we did was to put the mind in a regenerative state. Now let's put our emotions or our emotional body, the aspect associated with homeostatic emotions, let's put all of that into a regenerative state. So you're going to be using the same oil. Your awareness is on your heart. You're doing nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on the heart. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the heart. Your awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. with your awareness on your brain. Your awareness is on your heart and your brain, both at the same time. And then just pause and let go. Before we start working the heart again, let's do the thing where we go a little bit deeper on the heart. So you're not inhaling yet. Put your awareness on the heart and start moving inward towards the spine. Go little tiny movements at a time. Go a little bit deeper. You're going a little bit deeper into the heart and just sit with wherever it feels comfortable and just be still for a moment. Your awareness is on this part of your heart. Start taking nice, long, slow, deep breaths with the oil that you're using. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the heart. Just pause and let go for a moment. Just let it go. Let it incubate. You begin inhaling. Your awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your brain. And then just pause and be still. Pause and be still. Do your heart and brain both at the same time. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths. Your awareness is on the heart and the brain. And then just be still. Just be still. Okay, we're going to do one more cycle. Okay, so before we start inhaling, your awareness is on your heart. Go inward a little bit towards your spine. Begin inhaling. You're inhaling with your awareness on your heart. And then just let go. Awareness is on your brain. Nice, long, slow, deep breaths with your awareness on your brain. Awareness is on your heart and brain both at the same time. And then pause and be still. Pause and be still. Just let it incubate. Remember, we're shifting the state of the body, the emotions, and the mind. We're shifting them into a regenerative state. For the emotions, it's the regenerative state for the emotions is shifting lower emotions, not just to the heart, but to more greatly activate the heart. For the mind, it's shifting it out of the repetitive mind and moving it more to the intuitive mind, and eventually a balance between the intuitive mind and the intellectual mind. And there's a balance between intellect and intuition. It accelerates the refinement of the energy body, which makes the energy body and the body itself more able to regenerate, more able to continue to refining itself. So we still have one more component, but again, I think you need a little bit of a break. So let's see, we'll come back up 5 till the hour. We'll do the last little piece. We'll do some shares and Q&A afterwards. So get a little bit of rest, get a snack, walk around, and I'll see you at 5 till. Everybody, let's go ahead and come on back. So now we're going to do the materialization breath. And here, like the materialization breath is physicalizing light into your body. So you're basically stimulating the regenerative processes. Now it can be directed or it could just be in general. If you want to direct it, like if you have a health issue, for example, you would put your awareness on that health issue. If you have a bad shoulder, you put your awareness on the shoulder for a minute or two, and then we do the materialization breath. If you have a bad back, same thing. If you have a bad liver, same thing. If you have some health condition, put your awareness on the idea of the condition. If you know the anatomy, physiology, you can do that as well. If it's a person, a situation, a past event, you contemplate those aspects and then you do the materialization breath. So first we're going to do without putting our attention or awareness anywhere. We'll do it a time or two and then we'll start directing it. Yeah, and you're still using the same oil we've been using. So first we did the regeneration of the mind, then the regeneration of the emotions, and now we're doing regeneration of the body or in the body. Okay, so what you're going to do is you're going to take your bottle and you're going to hold it to your chest, right? Then you're going to head down, inhale, up, exhale. So down, you're inhaling through your nose, then you're holding your breath, moving your head up and exhaling. Okay, so together, so down, inhale, up, exhale. 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 Just be still for a moment. Did one that was yummy. I was just arnica. You're just being still. Now, part of what you're doing is you're moving energy from your lower centers up to your higher centers. You're shifting out of your lower nature drives to more higher nature drives or more soul oriented drives. You're flushing out the elementals that have been attracted. You know, when we think something repetitively or we feel something very deeply emotionally, or when the body is in an agitated state, it attracts energies from the earth to bring things into form. So we're shedding basically a pattern. We're establishing a new pattern, a more refined pattern, a pattern associated with healing, regeneration. So we're going to do it one more time, and then I'm going to guide you through how to direct it to the body. Okay. So chin down to your chest, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale, down, inhale, 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 up, exhale. Okay, so now an area that you want to heal. How about we do this first? Let's do an experiment. Move your arms around, move your shoulders around. We're doing this just to be able to compare. Notice how each one feels. We're going to focus on just the left shoulder. So you're going to put your attention on the whole left shoulder. Here, 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 like the whole girdle, front, sides, and back, top, the whole thing, left shoulder. Just keep your attention on the shoulder. You're aware of your left shoulder. Okay, letting go. You're letting your left shoulder go. Now, bottle to your chest, chin down. Inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. Down, inhale, hold your breath, up, exhale. Down, inhale, 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 up, exhale. Just be still. Just be aware. Your awareness is on that left shoulder again. You're just observing that whole left shoulder. There you go. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Inhale, hold your breath. Up, exhale. Down, inhale. 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 Up, exhale. Just be still. Okay, move your shoulders around. I'm feeling. Yeah. So it will continue to materialize, but usually you'll feel some sort of difference, right? So now let's direct it to areas of our body where we have an actual issue. So you choose whatever it is, put your awareness on it, and just hold your awareness on that area of your body. Let it go. Bottle to your chest, chin down. Inhale, hold your breath. Up, exhale. Down, inhale. 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 Up, exhale. Just be still. You can do the same area, or you can choose a new area, including a person or a situation. Observe it.